Check, check. Mic check. All right. Looks like things are working. I'm seeing some volume here. So I think we should be good to go. Good morning, everyone. Running a little bit late today. Stayed up to tackle a few things and just fallen asleep, so it's time to go to bed. Delphine, good morning. Kirk, good morning. It's filling the gap up now. Well, let's take a look and see what's going on. So we've got, it would help if I actually turn my data on. So we've got 8:30 a.m. unemployment claims today, followed by PMI tomorrow and Empire State Manufacturing Index. So we're keeping that in mind. Let's take a look and see what we've got today once our data loads. Get some water. Okay, let's see what's going on. Let's see what this Asia range was. All right, so it looks like Asia's range slightly higher. London dropped down below. We're tagged it once, tagged it twice, and are now approaching London low, which is a sell side liquidity. We've got buy side up here. Relative equal highs are not, these are not being respected. Okay, so we have some liquidity, some relative equal highs up here. And then we've also got Asia's high. We have not had a chance to go into Asia's range at all. But what we do see is a return down into this area here. We need to see, does price respect that, or do we see continued heaviness well below into this swing's optimal trade entry down here? Given the nature of us having rejected twice off of Asia, I'm more tempted to say that we are going to be heading down today, reversing, but we need to see how do we react at this weekly order block? How do we react at this discount PD array combo here? Okay, so let's see. Duplicate in a new tab. Go down to 15 seconds. Okay, so London's low, of course, being here. This low is 16,820.25, so let's mark that out. We are very, very close to that. So likewise, let's mark out London's high. Actually, all of these highs, we're not making any short-term highs here. Notice that, right? But we are taking sell side liquidity. So I will mark London's high as a key point of reference, but but I don't expect us to head back up there. I mean, I suppose we could, but let's see, what is this level? 16883.75. So with unemployment claims, I would expect us to take quite a large dip before. But as always, let's take a look at the higher time frame analysis first. So we're keeping in mind that we have a weekly expansion to the upside to consider. We have a monthly intermediate term high, a weekly, this is a weekly bearish order block here. And we just broke through a daily sell side imbalance, going up into this weekly sell side imbalance. So with the unemployment claim, it does look like my guess is that we will not respect this buy side imbalance on the premium, but rather we'll head down into this 4-hour. The draw is going to be down first towards this volume imbalance on the 4-hour chart, and then further down into this optimal trade entry here. So keep that in mind. I'm going to take a look at some of the numbers here. Okay, let's see. Okay, 48,535, 3, 7,819, 5157. Okay, good. So we will keep our trading at 2 contracts. Yep, correct. We wait. Let's see. You see this run here. Oh wait, I can just make this across all time frames here, so I can see it on, see some of these levels on a lower time frame chart here and over here. Okay, cool. Okay. I need to change the colors on these. I'll change them later, but I will take a look at these colors. They're too close to my buy side liquidity level colors. Okay, let's go back though. I need to go back to previous day. Let's go to today's real-time hour values. We close the day here. And where are we right this moment? We are above We're roughly around here. So we don't know exactly where we'll open up. All right, so we just took sell side liquidity there, if you just noticed. Took sell side again. We don't believe that will be a sustained sell side there. That's engineering sell side liquidity. There's relative equal lows there now. We can see that here. So again, on unemployment claims, these things can rip quite a bit. If we see price head lower first, then that's what I would be looking for today. So it does look like we bounced off of there, briefly at least. It took sell side liquidity and are heading upwards towards those relative equal highs here. Turtle soup is in play, yes. That was a very, very quick little entry there. I wasn't I was looking at I was looking at another chart there. I didn't take that turtle soup. That would have been a beautiful turtle soup though. But keep in mind, sell side remains to be the one side that has been taken so far. Let me also jot out this cyan line. I want to put this where we opened at midnight. So midnight. $16,873 around here. Okay, so question is are we still going to expand today? If that's the case, then these prices are very cheap to go higher. If we are going to go short today, then these prices are already at a discount and we don't want to be shorting yet. So I'm keeping those levels in mind. I am cognizant that we have gone to quite a premium compared to yesterday, and we need for us to potentially head lower first. Now there certainly is a I'm actually going to remove this BISI here because I don't think we're going to refer to it. I think we're going to blow past it. There is a volume, or sorry, a liquidity void. Let me see if I can break this out here. Close for the open. And then let's draw this out over time. Today. So that dark black line is a liquidity void that will be a draw on liquidity. That openness there will be a draw on liquidity. EQ lows still. Yeah, equilibrium still has lows down here. And we have this serving as a 16,693. 16,546. That's what I wanted. So this remains to be a mitigation block after all. I think we'll be okay with not keeping this here because there is a daily SIBI low there. So I'm going to remove this because there's levels close enough to this here that we can refer to. Daily SIBI consequent encroachment. We don't need that anymore because we've also traded to the SIBI. If we need to refer to the SIBI high and low, we can do so. There, weekly order block, bearish order block there. And our higher time frame draws, of course, will be these three today. $10 minutes till unemployment claims. We do want to refer to this monthly intermediate term high. Is there anything else from yesterday? What's this? 16,500. That's from a few days ago. I'm going to remove that. And we have this short-term low down here as well. We'll mark this because it's on the 15-minute chart. Yep. So we'll mark this short-term low of 16,682. Mark that as a sell side liquidity. And that's within an optimal trade entry. There's another one right beneath it, actually. Right there. That's also part of a remaining portion of a buy side imbalance on the 15-minute as well. Let me mark this out over time. 3:15 p.m. Same with this one. I want to mark this as a buy side imbalance. Going all the way. So we see. So right now we're on a Thursday on a weekly expansion that hasn't reached its upside yet. So does it have to come all the way down here? No. You know what? I will keep this up here because if it is insanely bullish, then it might solely only refer to the segment of price action here, which would be this hourly fair value gap that we see here. See if I can fix that up a little bit. There we go. Great. Okay. So we need to see where price takes us. If it takes us back up, I need to fix that equilibrium line as well on the hourly. Something jumped there. Okay, what's this equilibrium line? Roughly there. $16,868 is the equilibrium line there. Okay, so we have our narrative here. We have our weekly draw on liquidity. Let me see if I can grab this thing again. So our draw, if I could get this up. So weekly draw 16,904, 940.5, 1 week SIBI low. Sell side only taken so far this AM. Watch for return to equilibrium discount or buy continuation. If I don't think we've hit our objective yet. If we don't get there, premium BISI plus OB available on 1 hour. So I'm watching to see how we react here. If we head down into the low of this SIBI, that's also a bullish order block there, coupled with a liquidity void on the lower time frame. So I'm watching those closely. But I do think that we would need to head into some sort of some kind of discount before we head higher, even if it's a partial discount. If we don't see it head down to equilibrium, then we are still very, very bullish. But I with this price action, I mean, we've only taken out sell stops so far. So if we are to head short, then I would like for us to head back up. Maybe if we see us take out midnight's highs here, with a spike up, if we see us take this out, I might consider, if we take all that out during unemployment claims, maybe even Asia's high, I might consider that to be a movement lower. If we just barely pip up above that and then reverse to head down to discount for today. But I am keeping in mind that overall, we have not hit the weekly imbalance that I'm looking for. So I want us to be able to expand upwards to hit that if at all possible. But with FOMC, we left a lot of liquidity down below us. So price has not been delivered efficiently, right? And look at all those short-term lows here too. But we haven't created lower lows yet. So, and price did not come back down into equilibrium here, even on this run. So we might see something similar here. We're watching and waiting to see. if we are to bust open above Asia's range, we'll expect it to return back to Asia's range. All right, 829. We're starting to see the minute before. Oh, there's 830 right there. So we're seeing sell side be taken so far, but briefly. Sell side has been continuously taken out. So unless we see some pretty major movement here, I can't trust long yet, primarily because we are in premium. We have been taking sell stops out. We've not created a higher high yet. At 745, there was actually a SMT divergence. And we're waiting now to see if there's anything that would lead us to believe we are heading higher to take out those short-term highs up here. Price is really quite muted though. Okay, so core retail sales up 2%, unemployment claims, they are below, so there's less than forecasted. Actually, no, yeah, less than forecasted unemployment claims. So here, we're going to treat this as a mitigation block here. We're expecting prices to head lower from here. There we go. We are in this buy side imbalance that I mentioned though, so we keep that in mind. I'm considering that we've been bullish, so we may not see while we might not see sustained moves, we can certainly see us bounce here. So we're really cognizant of this bullish order block here. Sell stops taken. If we were to, for example, let's see. If we were to take this swing low to this swing high, that would count as equilibrium here. So I'm keeping that in mind. Took sell stops. Now we need to see if we respect that buy side imbalance and continue to head higher. Maybe stay in the range that they're in right there. Let's see what else is here today. So now that we've gotten past the unemployment claims, relatively muted unemployment claims, I might add. There's business inventories at 10 a.m., natural gas storage at 10:30. Doesn't impact U.S. markets terribly crazily. So this day will be a interesting day, to say the least. So we're back down into that premium BISI. Okay. See if I can get the other computer up and running while we're waiting for price to do its thing. So price has supported that buy side imbalance so far. That's interesting to me. I still like this, but it is a ways to go down to head all the way down past all the FOMC stuff. We need to see what happens at open. Like, do we keep supporting this buy side imbalance here? I mean, we have only been taking slowly, albeit, but we've only been slowly taking out sell side liquidity, right? Until we see a shift in market structure, if we see like a big boom above this short-term high, or even above these relative equal highs, keep in mind the low end of the Asia range has supported the short so far. So I'm curious if we will end up taking that as well. Oil is up on the day. I'm actually looking at a 1-second chart. It's quite interesting once you understand what price can do at certain levels. It's really quite fascinating on the lower time frame charts to see price play out in certain ways. That does mean you need to be aware of where you are on the macro scale, though. I found that to be one of the toughest things to pay attention to. If you don't know where you are on the macro scale of things, then it's going to be quite difficult for you to accurately use these lower time frames. But it is fun to see the reactions at that buy side imbalance, for example, and see the support there. Right now we're just kind of ranging. There's nothing major to be seen. Overall, 5-minute chart closed above that mitigation block, or that sell side here. Overall, I mean, with give or take a tiny bit, it technically closed just below it. No shorter time frame SMT divergences. I am watching. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna duplicate this tab. We're gonna make this a 15-minute one. And we're just gonna load. Let's only load 90 days of data. Let's duplicate this as well. Make this into a daily one. See a little bit more macro. I'm looking at a few different time frames on the SMT divergence charts. I'm going to start incorporating this into my game. I'll be looking at the daily, the 4-hour, the 15-minute, and the 1-minute. So we're reaching a liquidity void on the, or sorry, a volume imbalance on the upside here. Price is not painted up through it yet. So I would like to see a candle above it, then a candle back below it, and then let's treat that as a balanced price range there. 1-minute time frame, we reached a sell side imbalance here, respected that and headed lower. So we might treat this and respect that and head lower. We need to watch. Excuse me. It's a little cold here in Ohio. Here in Columbus, Ohio. Oh, whoa, what the heck? What is wrong with my data here? What in the world? Something wrong with my rhythmic data? That can't be right. Let me look at oil. Yeah, there's no gap. That's weird. Anyways, so we've traded above. There's a short-term high right here. So buy side liquidity into a bearish order block. We're watching to see if that, but we did take sell side recently. So there's this relative equal high up here that I'll be looking for if we take that next. We need to get above this bearish order block first. Whether or not we can do that remains to be seen. This is the first time we are breaking above a short-term high. Every single other one of these short-term highs we've not broken above, except for this one for buy stops being taken. So we have seen buy stops taken on the lower time frames, but we've not seen anything taken on the lower time frames here. So we're keeping the 15-minute in mind. We're keeping this short-term high in mind. If we continue to see price move up to those relative equal highs, we do consider this now. We could consider this to be a shift on the lower time frame, a shift in market structure, but keep in mind, we could just go up there, take those stops, and then head back down. But we did target that buy side imbalance there. Took a little bit of a scalp up. Missed the major run, but ideally the turtle soup would have been more effective there, given our bias to the upside. So food for thought later. All right, so now we see a low, high, lower low at a key sell side level. Then we see a higher high. I'm going to see if we treat this as a breaker here and head higher. I guess it'll be easier if I do this on the 1 minute. So potentially this. I do see that there's a volume imbalance beneath us and another fair value gap to the upside there. So we will see if we can garner this portion of the volume imbalance. If we head down there, that is where I would consider us to potentially head down to. If we don't respect this bullish breaker here. So we went down into the bullish breaker. Now heading back up. Let's see, what do we have above us? We have this first low-hanging relative equal high, but ultimately the high at 16,856. So first low-hanging fruit would be at the high here of 16,853. I think that's 53. Yeah, 16,853 exact. We see that as relative equal highs here. We see that they're being buy stops engineered above here, so certainly could leverage that there. Price could come back down into this short-term low, head lower into this volume imbalance as well. And price could also potentially stop at the low of the volume of the Asia range low as well. So there's a lot of things that can prevent price from moving drastically here. And as you can see, we went back down into that breaker. Once more, picked up some more orders there. Keep on picking up some more orders at that breaker. I think we'll head towards these relative equal highs next. We'll find some liquidity at 16,853. Might spike up to 856 a little bit. Although trade is quite slow right this moment, so it could fail as well. And we're still waiting for 9:30 a.m. open, of course. We do see that midnight opening price is here, so if we are bullish, then any price given to us around this time frame is indeed a gift. So we're going to keep this in mind to see if we respect open bullish order blocks like we did the other day. We actually did come down to it this one day, but there were a few on the way up here that we respected too. So we'll see if we come back down to that hourly order block there. It's not looking like it's supporting this one here. We're not seeing really quick movement away from this bullish breaker as of yet. Pretty much seeing minor consolidation around this area. So far prices dipped into that breaker a few times. Prices seeing some spikes down into that breaker, and likely will head lower to that volume imbalance, I'm assuming, with this type of movement. So we'll wait for that for the time being. Price does like to be it does seem to be heading up into down into that breaker to pick up more orders to head to the upside so far. It is consolidating around this area. FX Rohit, what's your trading strategy? There's a lot of stuff that goes into that trading strategy. What part of it are you curious about? Are you talking about the monthly review that we do? Are you talking about the weekly review that we do? Weekly draw on liquidity that we define? You're talking about the daily key levels that we define as well across all three of those? You're talking about the defining our draw on liquidity and then finding setups to support that? You're talking about dropping down into a discount PD arrays before we take a trade up to the upside? Are we talking about real-time hour charts? Are we talking about finding bullish order blocks coupled with fair value gaps? You're talking about looking for optimal trade entry? Talking about there's a lot of different things you can look for. I look for a combination of those. There's a lot of stuff that can be handled, and reading the tape. It's reading price action, time and price. Time of day are we trading? What time of day? What's price doing at that time? What's sentiment like? Are we supporting price at key levels, our concepts being supported. So the breaker, I'm starting to see price break out of that breaker. No reason why. I mean, it's just there's no, it's 8:55 right now, so there's definitely plenty of time left. But here's where I sell one. So we have reached another key level where it's that Asian low here, which we've bounced off before. And we can see this reject here. I would like for us to see us take the buy side liquidity there at 16,853 though. And then larger target would be the consequent encroachment of Asia range, is what I would like to see next. Once we take 16,853, that's what I would love to see. I would prefer it just to take it right now and then hold above 16,853, but there's no guarantee that it'll hold at this Asia range. Three on the like time clock. Johnny Lynn, Phoenix, Delphine, RO hit, all others behind. Okay, one got good. We hit 853. I'm going to move my stop loss up. So, so I had mentioned the breaker, the bullish breaker. That's where I entered. I know I don't show the entries here yet, but I think it's better for me right this moment to focus on the trade, and I'll show the trade executions afterwards and a profit. But I need to. I've found over the course of the previous live streams that I just don't do as well trading live. So I'll definitely trade live at some point, but right now I have one working order, and it's likely going to be taken out here, but we've already taken profit a couple times. So I guess I can show this one since I'm on my runner now, but basically I'm gonna choke up my sell stop soon, and we'll assume that this run, if it doesn't want to go higher, well, actually, you know what? We should just keep this here, and now that we've had plenty of profit, what we can do is keep our stop here, and if we see this go much below this on a lower time frame, then we are okay to take that out. But actually, what I'm gonna do though is I will raise this since we are in mega profit now. I'll assume that we're gonna hit the Asia's high, and actually I should technically keep this here. See if we can get the remainder of the run today. And if this gets stopped out in profit, I'm okay. I've already taken 2 contracts off, and I am very much so in heavy profit. So there's no need for me to do anything further. So keep in mind, I'm trading this. I was trading this with the concept of we took out sell stops. We are below midnight open. We are bullish on the higher time frame perspective. Oops, I can't see that there, huh? Let me see if I can maybe see if I can lower the font on this. Return to, there we go. Smaller box. Much better. We can see the hourly chart there. Great. Phoenix AVS, it's early. Need the second cup of Colombian coffee to be at my best. Yeah. Good morning, Hamza. How you doing? Fadi, Chi-Town. Ooh, go the Windy City. We got a trader from the Windy City. How is it in Chicago? Is it cold there too? Think you just answered the question. Trading strategy is adaptive and responsive to market conditions. Yeah. So, Fadi, I would say, depending on what your bias is, right? Your higher time frame bias on the monthly, weekly, daily charts. If your monthly bias is bullish, then you want to be looking for discount PD arrays, right? So in this trading price range from here to here, even though we didn't reach the larger one, like this big one here, we definitely can take this range here, and note that we reached a 50%, 60% optimal trade entry here inside a fair value gap above a bullish order block, right? So we can certainly show that, hey, we came in. Let me see if I can maybe move this closer. You can see some of the prices here. What's this low? 16,754, close enough, right? So you can see clearly how we came down into, we had sell side engineered at equilibrium. We went down into sell side, took out sell stops, and that was a beautiful turtle soup entry Delphine had pointed out earlier. We are bullish, weekly draw on liquidity being 16,940.5. You don't see that on the charts, it's above us. Sell side's taken so far. And there's this premium BISI order block available here, which we traded down into. And that was optimal trade entry. So looking for setups on the discount side is going to lead you to have much more profitable trades. So right now I've realized about 40 bucks worth of profit. I cannot lose any more than that today. I'm already stops moved into profit here. So what we're going to do is we're going to let New York do its thing. We're going to see if New York ends up going back down to take out near-term liquidity here, or if it just drops. Delphine still looking at the 4-hour candle here. Yep. The price has just returned above its open. Yep. Open, high, low, close. Yeah, and one thing too, Delphine, note the high of 1213, 1700 4-hour candle. That high is 16,806. We came down to a low of 16,807. Right? So we pretty much filled in that premium buy side imbalance, sell side inefficiency. So what we're seeing here, for example, so this high here on the 1700 candle on 1213 is 16,806. This high here, or this low here, 16,807. So we failed to reach this mitigation block. We did enter this fair value gap and took the majority of that, but we failed to reach that low. So that, again, that's an excellent thing supporting our bias. Can price reverse here? Yeah. There's obvious buy side liquidity that we're drawing into right now. So yeah, I agree, Delphine. I think that we can treat that as a good sign that we might head higher. So what I'll do is I will keep this as my draw on liquidity here on the weekly charts. I need to check something if there's anything. There is technically on the daily, there is one more PD array that I did not mention. And I highly doubt it'll be respected, at least in the short term it might be respected, but There's a 16832.50, or is that right? 16832. And that is a daily. We're going to mark that out over time to today at 5 o'clock p.m. Actually, let's mark it out for the rest of the week. And let me kind of see if I can find that. Mark that as well. Okay, so this is a, let me see if I can find that line here. Where did it go? 16832. Did we already trade through that? Actually, never mind. Let's disregard that because we've already traded through that. That was, so that level that you see here, that thin line here, that was a previous rejection block on the daily. So we did not respect that, so I'm going to remove that from our consideration here. And pretty much we have our weekly, we have a weekly Sibby that we're going to run to, I think. So I think the weekly expansion will occur there. I'm okay. I'm positioned already so that I don't need to do anything further. I'm gonna see how what happens at New York Open here, and we'll let this ride. We are in profit. So now that we've reached here, we can actually, we came down into this bullish order block here on the 5 minutes. It's a little bit easier to see. We came down into this bullish order block here and respected that, right? So what we can do is on the 5 minute, can measure out that bullish order block. 50% level 16841. 16841.80 roughly. So we're already stopped right where we need to be. It's at the midpoint of that bullish order block, and we shouldn't have to trade to it anymore. Below short-term low, below the remainder of that fair value gap, below that volume imbalance, below that fair value gap. So there's a lot of PD arrays for it to break through before we head higher. There's no need for me to raise my stops at all. If we start to see major breakthroughs to the downside, that's a different story, right? But as Delphine mentioned, alluded to on the 4-hour chart, we failed to reach that mitigation block. That tells us something about price. So we took out some late longs with that dip down. That was quite a nice dip. Okay, so that just took everybody out there. If you weren't positioned well, then this probably took you out. So I'm looking at lower time frame now to see if we are respecting that drop down. So far it is. So far we're seeing that sell off being respected here. Not seeing any displacement to the upside yet. But I would assume that we retain that. We need to see if price is supported here, or if it drops further down. Okay, so we just got stopped out. And we wait. We went down into fair value gap. Went on down into this fair value gap, coupled with this bullish order block here. We did take out buy side liquidity there, though. There does remain further buy side liquidity to the upside, but now we're heading back down to efficiently deliver price. So I think we're gonna head down into this liquidity void. There's a little void there on a lower time frame, or sorry, volume imbalance there, followed by a buy side imbalance. So we're seeing if we respect this breaker at all. (9:12 a.m.) So I'm keeping in mind that this run from this short-term low to this short-term high up here, this short-term low to this short-term high, I'm keeping in mind that we could still see the remainder of this buy side imbalance taken before we head higher, as we just took buy side liquidity and we are heading back lower into key areas of liquidity now. We just took sell side liquidity as well, so we need to see what happens here. Okay. So it looks like price went straight down to that buy side imbalance covered by that BISI within the volume imbalance, basically. Picked up some more orders there and is heading back upside. That was a brutal knockout for all the late longs there. And I did mention that it can head down here to take this combo of volume imbalance and buy side inefficiency, buy side imbalance, sell side inefficiency. Did mention that it can take that out. Yeah. That's not even price down in discount. So that's something to consider as well. We're not in discount area. This lower buy side imbalance would be true discount here. And we just took buy side. We took relative equal highs. This side is still quite jagged. But could we head lower to take that single low out first? Yes, absolutely we can. Delphine said a volume imbalance 354, 355. So that'd be 954. 12, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that volume imbalance there was interesting, right? We didn't respect it very much, but let's see what we do here. If we continue downwards, then we're gonna probably head lower for the open. I want to keep in mind this hourly fair value gap here, or sorry, bullish order block here within a premium that's at the 79% OTE. 60% away from the daily money target, wiped away, not happy but not sad in the middle. Yeah, sometimes that'll happen. That's tough. There wasn't really much of an indication there. All the indices are trading together. So we wait for 9:30 a.m. open. We've traded down into imbalances. We've taken out buy side liquidity pools. We have outstanding Asia range buy side liquidity pools. So this could be the movement lower for an expansion higher for the week. Keeping this in mind, right? So let me check a couple things here before open. 42, 43, 819, 43, 50, 157. Okay, cool. So a little base hits are what we're looking for. Okay, so we're within that breaker once more. Keep in mind that breaker within the dealing range is not in a discount. I repeat, that's not in a discount. So I'm guessing it's not going to be referred to again for a while. This level was London sell side liquidity. Let's draw that out to 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock. As we do see price heading down that way. There's no fair value gaps down here, so what could price be reaching for? Either an imbalance or liquidity. What does it look like it's reaching towards now? There's no imbalances there. So they must be reaching towards liquidity then, right? 10 minutes till open. All right, so 10 minutes still open. Okay. Let's look at the 4-hour chart. So there is Delphine, something that I am looking at right now is that volume imbalance on the 4-hour chart. From the high of 1213's candle and the low of the other 1213 candle, 1700 and 2200. We are in a bit of a premium, and there's a giant fair value gap on the 4-hour chart below us. So that's something I'm keeping in mind as well. We could retrace there first. Treasury notes are rising. We would expect to see prices heading upwards as well on indices. And we're nearing a 1-minute bullish order block down here at the opening price of 16,823. It's on a 1-minute time frame. This bullish order block that we're here right now, this high of 16,825. We touched the low here, 16,825 there, right? High is 16,825.75. We just broke through that, touched it. So we're gonna see if we have some movement here or not. We'll take an entry. Tight stop loss. Let me see where price has gotten to. So roughly around here. Okay. We just took out more sell stops there. And we need to see if we see displacement higher here. Okay, so where are we as we position 6 minutes before the bell? Well, we are still above that London low. We are below midnight opening price. We have a bullish bias. We're seeking out areas where market could provide us value. And every single time buys come in, they get sold into. So far today, and that remains true on the 15-minute. We took sell side or buy side liquidity out here, and right now we are in this area where price continues to be sporadically chunking people out. So we need to see how price delivers during New York Open. Do we go down and take out short-term lows? Do we continue to run higher and take out relative equal highs on Asia's high. So right now that we've closed through, once the 1 minute closes, if we see a close above this, we'll have what's called a balanced price range here. So we need to see what happens at open first. 42. Okay, so 3 minutes till open here. We are seeing some people sell into this here. Market just sold into that, so this range has gone to the London lows as well. About 1 more minute and 10 seconds to determine which way we'll head for the day. All right, about 40 seconds remaining. So let's see if we take out short-term lows here, or if we continue lower, bullish order block here. That would be the remainder of that dealing range. I would look to see if we see a response here. We haven't done much but take out sell side liquidity for the most part here. And we are opening up below midnight opening range. So 15 seconds till open. Five seconds here. Okay, so we headed lower first. We went down into that buy side imbalance there. We're not seeing displacement in one way or the other. Not yet, at least. Okay. movement higher so far. We reached that volume imbalance again. Okay, so we need to see if we continue to rise up and hold that London low. Otherwise, we're gonna see us head a little bit lower there. But so far, it's holding here. Nice little long here. So now we've seen price continue higher. We're going to aim for the consequent encroachment of the daily range here. Come back down into that bullish breaker once more. Let's see if price here rejects. Otherwise, if we can break higher, then we'll continue further. Having some trouble at the Asia range low here, but chances are it's going to break up and out of here. So any shorts that are coming in now are getting squeezed. And I'm sure it doesn't feel great. Next target is the midpoint consequent encroachment of Asia range. If we can bounce off of the low of this Asia range here. With the obvious being the Asia range high there would be nice. Okay, so we came back down, picked up some orders there. Four-hour chart's pretty much a little doji there. We'll see if this breaker holds or if the low of this SIBI is it. And it just fails here or not. We're keeping in mind that our idea is a weekly expansion to the upside. So if this goes back down and retraces down to pick up some more orders down there, that's perfectly feasible and understandable. back to that bearish or bullish breaker again. Headed back down to a fair value gap there. Traded below that bullish breaker. Fair value gap. Heading down to this imbalance. We're at a balanced price range here. Price was unable to make it above the short-term high on the 15-minute. So we've engineered some highs again, relative equal highs. There's no form of liquidity. There's a bullish order block we just traded to there. But we, for the most part, are in a bit of consolidation here. We are not seeing a major trend up or down yet. Yes, this candle looks black, but we see relative equal lows sitting beneath us. So we'll keep our eyes out for something like that. We're not seeing displacement in one direction or the other yet. Now, we might be able to. Again, it does look like there's quite a bit of selling going on today, so be careful on the long side. Wait for a price to settle. If there's going to be a long, it's going to be after this accumulation's over. Okay, so we're still trading within this little range here. Price could go either direction as it stands. It does not, it looks relatively weak to the upside. But it's also supporting and not creating, it hasn't created another low lower than the previous 60-minute candle yet. So I'm waiting to see what direction it wants to go in. Let me see oil, see what's going on here. This morning, okay. So far, oil's moving relatively slowly, but it is moving up to a key level. London and morning oil run would have been the right move. So potentially a rejection on oil soon. Okay. Let's see if there's anything happening on the 1 minute across the board. At 9:30 there was a little bit, but NASDAQ lower high, higher high, yes, high, lower high, lower, low. So E-mini would have shown us at 9 o'clock that we would have had an SMT diversion, but we wouldn't have really seen that until after the fact anyways. So I wonder if I can look at this on a lower time frame even. Chart type. The heck? Line on close. Two. All right, so looks like price is still heading higher. A little bit too much of a premium to chase this one, but we can wait for a retracement here. Let's see if it reaches. See what it reaches for here. So it came back to the Asia's low and has currently respected that for the time being. In fact, it's bounced up off of it. So let's see if we respect it here or not. So far, it's respecting it. Let's see how we do at the Asia range mid. If we close above the Asia range midpoint, then we might have a shot. But if we continue to drop below Asia range, then we're going to head lower. Very likely we'll head lower, rather. All right, so it went down, took out some more stops there, picked up some more orders, and still respected the Asia range low there. So we continue to look for evidence that will keep on this track. The hourly time frames headed towards the consequent encroachment here. And we rejected off of that consequent encroachment there. So let's see how we do here. If we can reach above midnight open, that would be ideal as well. So closing above the middle point of Asia range is kind of important here. If we do close towards above that, then we can certainly head higher and take out some buy-side liquidity up there. If we don't, then we'll reverse and take out some of the imbalances that we left open. So far, it does look like it's controlling that midpoint quite well. And reaching the midnight open as well. So now I can move my stop, profits. Below this fair value gap low. And let me see where we're at on the other side. All right, so we're reaching midnight price. All right, so we've closed above the consequent encroachment there, which leads me to think that we're going to end up heading towards Asia range high, and at least that immediate short-term high that we see there. So let's see. $9.48. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. All right, so we rejected off of that consequent encroachment there briefly. Heading down to pick up some more orders there. And we'll see if this serves as a reversal point or not. We just got stopped out there. And we see we took out buy stops there and then rejected down. Headed down to a 5-minute bullish order block there. Now we're at the low of the Asia range low right this moment. Still watching to see if we see price head lower into those discount arrays down here. $9.50. So we have a macro here that we'll look for. Let me see if this range, so we're at the 50% mark for this range. We'll consider this fair value gap to see how this reacts at that segment here. Okay, so we went down to that bullish order block. Not seeing any displacement to the upside just yet, so be careful here. Hourly time frame, we're just seeing a kind of mix here. Again, we're not seeing displacement yet to the upside, but seeing a little bit of movement. Let's see. Okay. We still see us being sold into quite a bit. So we wait. ICT just posted a video on YouTube. Okay. I'll have to watch that a little bit later. This dude says he's going off of social. Doesn't actually leave social. Goofball. All right, if we see us head above that short-term low or short-term high here on the lower time frame, then I might consider reversing. We came down to a bullish order block and have traded up since then on the 5-minute. Same on the 1-minute. But we are having a tough time breaking above there. So I'm still not seeing, I mean, now we're starting to see a little bit of movement upwards, but it'll take a long. Let's see. He writes that on a Thursday in a UP week we could have the high of the week this morning. Yes, very possible. Wait, UP? Oh, an up week. I see. Yeah, I could see that being possible. So I imagine we attack those relative equal highs there. Might knock that rejection block out. It knows that there's buy side liquidity up there, but it doesn't have to get up there, right? It can clearly see that there's liquidity resting above Asia high. That's an obvious note there. So will it run for that is the key question. If so, we should see some pretty big green candles soon. And keep in mind, we are at Asia Open now. So I'm guessing we end up going and running for the high here, 16,877. And there we go. This is where we could take one contract off. And then I can raise my stop. Oh, that's so interesting how we went straight to 16,877.25, huh? What's this high here? 16,877.50. So it went to one tick before this here. What's the close on this? 16,876.25, right? So it went to that in 4 ticks. So that's why we take a look and consider rejection blocks first before we consider mitigation blocks. Now, we were fortunate that we had a position that we were selling at 16,876.75. And so we were out 2 ticks before it reversed here. And that was a pretty gnarly reversal there, right? So so that was a nice little short on the lower time frame as we took out buy side liquidity. But what does that mean now, right? That means there's now new liquidity right there, right? Sitting at 16,877.50 or 16,877.25. It's relative equal highs, right? Those can be referred to at a later point in time. Here, we just went down to a rejection block. We are in a macro, but algorithms are still asleep. They worked well last night. Well, keep in mind, we had a huge up day. So it makes sense with a giant range day for us to consolidate in the morning. Our bias hasn't changed. We haven't hit our upside target yet. We haven't created we have created a short-term low and a lower short-term low on the hourly, but it's always been bought up every single time. And now we've created a higher high on the hourly time frame. So the question is, did we now briefly break above that midnight hour in order to go short? And that was the premium level to go short. Or are we still in a discount array of the bigger move to the higher time frame imbalance? So, I mean, obviously, it does look like that short at midnight open was key. But because our bias is bullish, we did not take that short, right? That's key. Now, can our bias change? Yeah, absolutely. On the higher time frames, it doesn't change very much. But that being said, we can and will see intraday price movement lower there before we head higher. We're still within this range here. Okay, so now we've markedly moved below this short-term low. We've come down and taken rejection block there. What time is it? It's 10 o'clock in the morning. Do we see displacement to the upside? Not really. No, not especially, at least. That could potentially be displacement there. But that could have just been a run on stops as well. Right? On the lower time frame, there's a run on stops that just happened right now, and we headed lower. It was pretty nasty there. So we just took sell stops again. Went into the buy side imbalance that we marked out earlier. Still within this dealing range of this swing low to swing high. So keeping that in mind. What's oil doing? Oil is consolidating in its own little tiny range, so not worth trading right this moment. All indices are making lower lows roughly. And lower highs as well. So no SMT divergence. They are all on the same pathway currently on the 1 minute, or actually lower than 1 minute time frame. I'm seeing a little bit of constriction here. So this is a key level here, so we need to watch. Each of them created, I think Dow had equal lows, and S&P and E-mini had lower lows there. So let's see if this turns into a true divergence here. We are at London's low once again. This time, however, it is a fairly large selling candle, especially on the 5 minute there. What could we aim for? Well, there's this liquidity void that we see here. We could certainly aim for that. If we do not see price supported here, it is creating a little bit of a base here on the lower time frames. Do I think it's going to hold? Not especially. No. I think we're going to head lower. But this low here, that short-term low of 16,807 is going to be the key one. Do we blow through that, or do we continue lower down into that fair value gap? So now we're in optimal trade entry area, right? Another sell side liquidity at 16,807, of course. And we can tell that we are at that level currently and potentially breaking through it. But we are also keeping in mind that this is a potential optimal trade entry. So I'm going to keep this in mind. I consider us to still be in a consolidation here. So while I'm thinking this could head long here, I'm really, really tight with my stop losses here. So I have a long now. We'll see if this works. Or if we get stopped out. Yeah, there's no major displacement there. I think it was just a little tiny blip. Nothing there yet. And we traded to a bearish order block just recently too, so. The key thing is looking for displacement. I don't see that yet. I don't see those giant institutional orders that tells us we're going to go upwards at all. I mean, yes, we just took sell side again. Story of today's price action, right? Looks like Phoenix, you are weaving in and out. What do we have here? So our 4-hour chart is heading down into that segment there. We've now created that low and hit the low of that previous buy side imbalance there. So it's really fighting here, but is it enough? I mean, this is quite a bit of consolidation down here. Whenever we form some like lows like this, I'm skeptical that it won't head lower. Even though this forms a bear flag, it's always a little bit difficult for me. I need to see displacement higher before I take anything long, though. It's just too risky to take anything long. This high up in the run, this high up in this week. Despite my bias being the weekly bias being that draw on liquidity up higher. We don't have to hit that, but we do need to consider that at 10 o'clock, silver bullet trade would be price trading down into fair value gap and then doing its thing for 10 handles or so. Okay, we're seeing a little bit of movement above previous peaks. We're now above London, well above London's high, London's low. We've creeped above that once more. Came down to pick up some more orders. I think we had a little bit higher here. Let's see how price trades here. Let me look at real-time hour chart as well. Real-time hour chart puts us roughly, let's see, where did we open? We opened right around there. There's still a gap below us, so that's something I'm keeping in mind. Price is kind of stagnating here a bit. And we're starting to see a little bit of a macro run higher, so that's what we're positioned for. This time, we still would like to think that getting in below midnight price, opening price, is still a nice discount here, but I mean, shoot, everything keeps getting taken out. Yeah, there's nothing here that's continuationing. We're not seeing continuation. So on the real-time hour chart, I'm looking at this segment here. So this is below 16,820. So if we take a look at the higher time frame charts over here, this segment here remains open. So that leads me to believe that we're going to head lower first because there is a draw on liquidity down there. I think that we just went into a 5-minute sell side imbalance, buy side inefficiency, or we're going to head and close up that liquidity void sometime today. As you can see, we just traded into a 5-minute sell side imbalance, buy side inefficiency, although it's a discount one. So, and there's none other above here. There's just really just short-term highs here, relative equal highs up here. For the time being, 10 o'clock, we've rejected from the 5-minute fair value gap. If we, depends on where we close here, right? There is a high, low, higher high, lower low. So there's a bearish breaker here. We'll see if we respect that or not. And a consequent encroachment of this wick as well, of this bearish order block here. And a higher 1-minute SIBI above us. These sell sides are pretty large, chunks being sold off. So intraday, we think there's an immediate draw beneath us with the liquidity void created by the real-time hour charts. So I'm tempted to take this short down there if we get up to that 1 minute. So we can kind of see how we hit the consequent encroachment of that wick, right? The price did not respect that level, so I'm thinking we are headed a little bit short here, but I could be wrong. There we go, nice little short. Just took a quick little scalp there. And we are at a previous buy-side imbalance again. So price is fighting quite a bit here. We did reject from that 5-minute buy-side or sell-side imbalance here. So we need to see how price reacts here, if we get expansion lower or if we just kind of continue to jack around in this range. Very difficult price action here. So our new short-term low we need to look for now is down here. Short-term low of 16803.75. $16,803.75. Where I think the next draw is going to be. And we hit it right there. Nice scalp there. So we keep on making lower lows, even if it's a crawl down, we keep on making lower lows. So it does look like that today, at least for the morning, shorts were the most profitable segment there. Now, each time we take a sell side liquidity, we have tended to, not always, but we've tended to head up to either an imbalance or to take out liquidity, right? This is a perfect example that price heads to imbalances or liquidity in the form of buy stops and sell stops. So with this drop, where can we go down to? Well, we have this liquidity void beneath us here. I'm trying to find what time frame I had that on. I think that's on the daily, or no, sorry, the 1 minute time frame. We can see that there's that liquidity void down there. So I think we're going to be drawn down to that price. Keep in mind, we are still in this distribution swing. So we're deep into OTE territory, but I do think that we end up taking this area out here first. I see that segment there, right? Right there. So we've hit the low side of the buy side imbalance. Have not seen major displacement, kind of like how we saw on the downside. Keep in mind that liquidity void is sitting here, just resting there. Zero price action occurred during there. So if we don't have a mitigation block or a bullish breaker to trade to, which doesn't look like we do, at least I don't see one, then that liquidity void is going to be the next thing that we draw down to. This is a bearish breaker right here. High, low, higher high, bearish order block, displacement lower, return to bearish order block or bearish breaker. I would like for us to see us head lower to hit that liquidity void first. I know we just took out sell side liquidity and then some, but that's what I'm hoping for, is to see us stay within this breaker range. That candle. I would prefer us to stay within this candle and head lower. There's no imbalances on the 1 minute to head to. So my thoughts are this breaker is where we should see us head lower. $43, $44. $42, $43, $44. There we go. Okay, so 44 is the large account. 43, have we traded that one yet? Nope. We can trade this one. I'm trading one account at a time, switching over. So we see that price rejected from there, and likely we'll head down towards our liquidity void now. Guess not. Let's see. Again, this doesn't feel like displacement up to the upside yet for me. We would need to see some really big green candles for that to feel like displacement for me. Hi, Johnny. Are you profitable today? Yes, sir. I am profitable today. How about you, Bentahar? Now, the real question is did we take trades according to our plan today? That's the real big question, right? And yes, that is the case. Did I get stopped out? Absolutely, but I took a trade according to my plan, and that's all we needed. I'm on a pause. That's okay. Pauses are good. They allow us to recollect our thoughts, our bias. Allows us to go back to our monthly, weekly, daily bias, right? Adwin, what's up, my man? So it does look like it's supporting this level quite well. We're seeing some buys come in. But I do see that area of liquidity beneath us. So I'm keeping that in mind. But we are in an area where we could certainly see us spike back up. Yeah. I'm noting the behavior here at the breaker. I'm seeking whether this will continue. I like the reaction at the breaker, but we're definitely seeing some movement as well. We're not seeing as marked of a reaction as we would have liked to see. That's the kind of reaction that we were looking for. Okay, so price is gotten people out on the short side and is now on its way back to the buy side. It has disrespected the bearish order block there, it looks like, or bearish breaker there. Let's see. And it's come back down into that breaker area. It's having a difficult time coming back down, though. I'm noticing that there's definitely still some sells there, but it's having a little bit more difficult time broaching that area. Let me see what's going on. Stick to your plan, trade it, adapt if you see a setup. And I end up on his video on traders commitment. That's how I spotted turnover on the market. Oh, commitment of traders. Yeah. That's usually out every Wednesday or Thursday. Good. That's the kind of reaction we wanted to see. Good. That's exactly the kind of reaction we would like to see. Okay. We want to keep seeing sells take this lowered down into that volume imbalance, the liquidity void. We are positioned short to be able to take advantage of that. We have our stops trailed up as we're starting to see a little bit of movement here. As we see price head over a little bit further, we will we want to see one more push down if possible. See some really quick, swift movement down into that liquidity void that we pointed out earlier. We're at the base of this buy side imbalance though, so we're keeping that very closely monitoring that stop because this can bounce right here as well. I would prefer it to head down into that liquidity void, but we are in optimal trade entry. I think that liquidity void is going to be a stronger draw on liquidity for the time being. Unless we see major buying come in right now. I did see an SMT divergence on Dow. S&P and Dow are heading higher highs. NASDAQ had lower highs on a very, very low time frame though. And that was back at 10/29/15, so it's a bit of ways ago. Or 10/29/48 rather. Oil is continuing to rise. And we need to see what happens right this moment here. So far on this leg up, we can kind of treat that as a 1 minute. We see short-term high was broken here. So we can look for potential retracement here. This does still serve as a bearish breaker though. So that's something that I'm keeping in mind. But we can start to see that this, I mean, we had short-term highs broken here, but we've been taking out lower lows and we've not been taking out higher highs. So I'm thinking that this isn't going to go too much higher than that. I mean, we did take out quite a bit of a discount there, taking out that buy side imbalance there. But again, we have not taken out any higher highs lately. So I'm hesitant to take this long just yet. We are seeing a closer amount of consolidation here on the 1 minute time frame. So I am keeping that in mind. So we're seeing us turn into a bit of consolidation. Again, we have not created any higher highs just yet, with the exception of this on the short-term time frame and this run on liquidity here. We are in quite a bit of a discount though. That is one thing to keep in mind. So the high of this bullish order block was 16,786. The low of this was 16,783. So I think we can start a position. I'll start a position higher. Towards our area of liquidity. And we will see if this position can maintain above this bearish breaker. I don't want to see us go back below that bearish breaker, but there is room further down that I'm seeing. Down here at this low of 16,797. So we will consider this as an area if we are going to consolidate and retrace, then we're going to consider this to be an area that institutions will begin consolidating if we're going to go higher at all. This bullish order block must hold. There's no reason why it should hold, but as price has been inching lower and lower and lower. So we need to see true true movement and displacement. Otherwise, we're going to head down into that that liquidity void that we had mentioned earlier. Which I think we're about to draw down into. So we came down into that liquidity void. We came down into the consequent encroachment of that as well. And voila. There you go. How's that for tape reading here? We've made it down into our target short term. So keep in mind, we're in the very discount part of this swing, but we're within the greater swing of this larger swing here. So if we continue to head down and close, if we close here at this, if this bullish order block does not hold, then our eyes instantly head down to this segment here, right? So what fair value gap do we have here? Well, we've got this hourly fair value gap, right? Now that's if this liquidity void does not hold. So let's see, we're all green, good. Okay, so that was a really good short. Hopefully that was helpful. If that was helpful, kind of like reading the tape out as we were inching down further down below, identifying bearish breaker here. I hope that was helpful. If it was, please give it, if it was any bit helpful, definitely give me a like. It helps the stream, of course, and it helps me know that I'm actually doing something right. Or if I'm doing something incorrect, drop it in the comments. And like, you know, for instance, we had a recommendation for our draw on liquidity up here. Obviously, that today has amounted to a bit of a retracement, and we've been talking about that this entire time here. Our draw might be the same on the higher time frame, but this movement down was inevitable considering the day of week, considering the movement up during the past 3 days. So lots of stuff would have pointed to a retracement, and that's exactly what we got today. It might feel like it's dropped a lot, but look at the weekly candle right now. This is what the weekly candle looks like. That right there. This is the drop from 1 day. Does that feel like it's a complete reversal? I don't think so. What's that above us? We haven't touched this imbalance here. So I'm thinking that either Thursday or Friday we do that. Phoenix ABS. Okay, here's the update. I'm waiting on that update, Phoenix. I will wait for you. See if I missed any other comments earlier. Let's see, stick TP, stick to your plan, trade it, and adapt if you see a setup. I would say, yes, adapt if you see market structure, Adwin. If you see the market telling you, hey, longs are going to be offside, right? Short-term high. Short-term high from Asia. We tried to get there. We couldn't. We failed. Tried to get there again. We couldn't. We failed. Tried to get there again. We couldn't. We failed. Failed, 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 failed. Until we finally got some movement up into this segment here, getting some longs in. And we even didn't reach this high. We failed to get to that high. This is actually one tick lower than this high here. So this was all telling us lower highs being made while sell side continues to be taken. That was all our indications for having a little bit more bearish of a day. Now, notice this behavior here. So keep in mind, we're still in this hourly range so far today. So, and let me move this over here so it's a little bit cleaner. What is this low? 16,754. Yeah, close enough. There we go. So we had now just rejected off of a bearish order block as expected. Longs we aren't seeing any evidence of longs. Before we see evidence of longs, we are likely going to see accumulation first. Okay. Hey, good morning, Markovich. There's a divergence between Dow and NASDAQ. Let's see. NASDAQ had formed a higher low for the time being, higher low on E-mini, higher low on the Dow. I don't see a divergence at all, Markovich. I'm looking at a lower time frame as well. What time frame are you looking on? Because it's kind of key when you talk. So when here's a gem right here, right? So if anybody's talking smart money concept reversal, you have to define what time frame you're looking at, right? On the daily, there is no divergence on any of them. There's higher highs on all three. There are higher lows on all three. If you look at a 4 hour, there's a divergence on the 4 hour where we have a lower high to higher high on NASDAQ. We've got a lower high, on E-mini, we've got a lower high to higher high on E-mini, a higher high to lower high on NASDAQ. And then on the Dow, on the 4 hour, it's kind of even, it's slightly lower. So we are starting to see a bit of divergence on S&P. 15-second time frame, let's take a look at that. 15-second time frame, are you looking at which divergence? Let me see. So I have this as, so red's E-mini, yellow's NASDAQ, green is Dow. Lower high, or lower low, higher low, lower low, higher low, lower low, higher low. I'm not seeing any divergence yet. And we don't look for changes in highs unless we're at a peak, right? We look for changes in lows. This divergence, is that the one you're talking about? Because technically we do have one here where we have a lower low on the S&P, lower low on NASDAQ, higher low on the Dow. Is that what you're looking at, Markovich? From about 10:17 till now? Because if so, that's I agree with you there. That does look like a SMT divergence there, yeah. But that would mean that we would have seen that back at 10:39 in our price action. And we do see that. We do see that. Right at 10:39, there's a huge spike upwards, right? So that's really interesting. But is it enough, right? We wouldn't have caught that quickly enough, I don't think. Well, I wouldn't have caught that quickly enough given where the market was at, but I'll have to get better at that, of course. So we're in a little bit of a range right now, 10:47 a.m. Let's see what the 10:50 a.m. macro teaches us. We are in a bit of a consolidation. We've been slow grinding to the downside with the exception of this movement quickly down to this level to take out liquidity void. Awesome. I'm glad we're seeing the same stuff, Markovich. Killer. So the thing here is for the day, we could still have a red day on NASDAQ and Friday could take it back up to the draw. Or we could just finish off and continue to head lower on this week and take out FOMC's lows, like FOMC's gaps rather. So see how we're kind of just continuing to inch into this area. There's no real big moves to the upside, right? And so there's nothing there that's telling us, hey, like we're gonna switch now, and now's the time we're gonna do it, right? We're not seeing. We need to see some big green candles, institutional ownership in this. Otherwise, we're gonna continue to creep down for the duration of this morning here. I do see a slight divergence from 1039.30 to about 1048.30 on S&P. NASDAQ made a lower low when ES hit. There we go. That's the kind of stuff we want to look for. What am I on? Let's see us. Hey, take a little bit. Give me a little better entry there. Okay, so that is the kind of divergence that I was, or the kind of movement that I was kind of looking for here. We will keep our stops relatively tight. Because this can easily come back down on us, but we can now, looks like we got stopped out there. That's okay. A little bit of profit there. Okay. Let's see where this takes us here. If we get candle close above this short-term high, we'll have treated that as a market structure shift, right? And now we can see that we have that market structure shift. Can we go lower? Yeah, of course, but mostly to pick up more orders at this time. There's a buy side imbalance now. Low, high, lower, low, higher, high. It's a mini breaker. Let's see, what do we have here? Low hanging fruits. It would be 16,812 would be low hanging fruit. Actually, low hanging fruit would be 16,805. So I'll take one off there. And then I'll let the rest ride. So that was a SMT divergence there. So we see here, right where we see S&P create a higher low, NASDAQ creates a lower low, and Dow creates a higher low. That, my friends, was a true SMT divergence there. At a key level, right? We were seeing that price had taken a sell stop out as well, right? On the 1 minute time frame. So all those things in confluence are really key there. Delphine, inversion, fair value gap, 1036. Yeah, we could see. If we see us bounce off of that, then we would treat this as an inversion fair value gap, a sell side imbalance in a discount. That's typically what you're going to see these inversion fair value gaps happen, is you see sell side imbalances in a discount, buy side imbalances in a premium. And we do see that price has kind of keyed off of that level. Now I should be able to raise my stops. And I think I can pretty much, this trade is carefree. We don't have enough contracts to really do anything, so we're either going to hold until we get stopped out or go for 1, 2, 3 forms of liquidity there. So, Markovich, good eye. I think that now that I think about it a little bit more, Markovich, the earlier SMT diversion that you saw, if we go back and take a look at that, this was the from 1039 till 1048 was the one that I saw. And then we pointed out this one from 1018 to 1038. If we look back at 1018 to 1038, you would have been accurate. You would have been accurate, but because we saw sell side be taken there, that's the confluence with the SMC diversion that I wanted to look out for. I wanted to see just a little bit more confluence than just the SMT diversion, you know? And we're gonna close. Actually, let me see. Are we seeing higher high, lower high? We'll keep this for the time being, but we will probably choke up our stop soon. Oh, no. I don't like that rejection there. I'm closing out of the position. So that high was 16,819.75. What is this high here? 16,819.75. Exact to the tick. Phoenix. How many contracts are you trading, Johnny? I am trading 2 micro contracts. I don't know if you saw LP Trades' comments in the chat the other day, but 2% is 2% risk on these performance accounts, and LP Trades called me out for a good reason. While I was lucky, and I did have one windfall where I had a major account that went up like 900, 800 bucks, that was only sheer luck. And he had said it best, where he said, did you get rewarded for bad behavior? Yes, I did. And then I got spanked yesterday too, right? You saw that. So I'm going back to 2% risk. Good trades can nab you. Well, I mean, think about it. Think about it. Like, if I have a profit of $62, my total account's $2,500. That's my drawdown. That's already a 2% gain, right? Of my account. Now, imagine you get 2% a day. It's just 2% of the account per day. So if you can do that, you're getting 62 bucks for 5 days. You already have 12% or whatever this is, within 1 week you're making 12% return. People don't make 12% return. Like only servers make 15% return on that on your money. No, I'm just kidding. So doing the math really made sense to go down, risk down, because you lose these accounts, and that's more precious than the giant windfall gains that you can get. I mean, if you do this every single week, that's about 300 bucks a week. You do that for 4 weeks, that's 1,200. That's already half of your drawdown gained within a month, right? 2 months, you're basically at that 2,400 mark, and you're almost at the 2,600 mark where you can start taking some money out. LP Trades, good job. Yep. I listened to you. I listened to good advice, absolutely. Markovich, for sure, that makes sense, better sense. And looks like we came down, picked up some more orders here. Low, high, lower, low. Let me see what the high was here. 16792.50. 16792.25. So this bullish breaker here. So this low, high, lower, low. Let me see if I can pull this back down here. This was a bullish breaker. And we see that price came down just to the tip of that breaker, and we saw this move up. This in itself is also called a mitigation block. Breakers in themselves are mitigation. They're traders who went short, right? Boom, this displacement gets them offsides. Price heads back down here. Those shorts buy to cover, and instantly other smart money buys as well. So now we have that explosive move upwards. So yeah, nice inversion fair value gap trade combined with this bullish breaker. Oh, see, this is where confluences really excite me. When you have a few confluences of some of these PD arrays, it generally starts to stack up quite well, because now we had 4 confluences in this whole region. Smart money divergence on the different charts. We had a bullish breaker, low, high, lower, low, displacement higher. We had an inversion fair value gap, displacement above an inversion fair value gap. And we traded back down into that segment, as well as the midpoint of this held up. Now, one thing here, 16819.75, it barely got taken there, and now we're heading back downwards. But nevertheless, pretty good trade. Okay, let's see. Nice. Good call, Markovich. I need to go eat my breakfast that my wife cooked for me. Let me go grab that real quick. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. Now that we've gone through a few trades, give me a moment here. I'm gonna go grab some food. Hopefully this has been helpful talking through with Delphine. Delphine, thanks. Took me a while to see them, but they now stand out to me. Yeah, they stand out like sore thumbs. And one thing that ICT doesn't really tell you much, and this is something unique to me. One thing that makes them so much more highly probable is that you see sell side imbalances in a discount, or you see buy side imbalances in a premium, right? So like take for instance, this one here was a buy side imbalance. So you can see that here, right? This all the way through got referred to here, combining that with a fair value gap and instantly rejected from there, right? So inversion fair value gaps become much more highly probable if they are in the inverse segment that you should be trading them. So we can talk more on that later, but Markovich, good luck. Thanks for trading. Good luck with work. And just team, I will be right back. I'm going to go get my food and bring it up here so I can eat it, but I will be right back. All right, I am back. Eat some eggs. Pretty starving here. So we've headed back down. Disrespected this as we have been in a pretty bearish nature for today. We have relative equal lows down here. But one thing to keep in mind, we've now reached the real-time hour and closed the real-time hour gap. So remember earlier today, I was mentioning we're highly likely to come down, touch that, and fill in this gap here, right? So now we're trading. We traded back to the top of that opening gap, right? That opens actually right around here to be more accurate. We traded to exactly the opening range of that and have balanced that range out. So if we head lower to take out these relative equal lows, then we're going to start our descent to below our weekly order block there. There's no question about that. I'm going to remove some things here. But just note that on the real-time hour chart, we have rebalanced the base of that chart already. Add when we got some eggs. I don't know if you can see that or not, but we got some eggs and kale. We got some bananas, blackberries, some raspberries. Pretty good. Make sure you're trying to eat a little bit healthy. Don't be eating macaroni and cheese for breakfast. Otherwise, your brain's not going to be able to think properly. See what we got here. Oh, so new subscribers. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. I can't believe we're at 898 subscribers. We're almost at 1,000. That's ridiculous. Fadi Chi-Town, thanks for the live stream. Catch you all later. Yeah, no, appreciate having you here, Fadi. Good to see you. I hope to see you on a future one where we talk through price action again. We do pre-market prep every single night at 9:30 p.m. if I'm able to. Sometimes if I'm not here by 9:35, 9:40 and you don't hear anything on YouTube, something came up. So for those, if I can't post a comment, then I apologize in advance. But yeah, 9:30 p.m. Eastern is when we do our pre-market prep. We try to keep it light because we wait for London and Asia to happen, typically in the morning, to review. And I'm contemplating just not doing the pre-market prep, or just maybe in the evenings reviewing the day's trades or the price action for the day where key moments were, because we end up reviewing key moments after London occurs anyways each morning, right? So yeah, so if you want to come to those, Fadi, I would love to have you there, I'm sure, but we'll review each morning anyways when we come live. So now we're gonna head to take out those relative equal lows there. LP trades, when you get rewarded for bad behavior, you trick your subconscious that what you did was a good thing, and that is dangerous because you'll do it again. Yes, absolutely. Yep. Yep, LP trades, exactly. Next day you had no shame over leveraging, called you out, but you didn't care about your leverage, and I got whooped for it. So, lessons learned the hard way. Absolutely. To price dug in once more into that liquidity void on the 1 minute time frame, right? To not take out those relative equal lows, 16,767 and 16,766.50. Saw a pretty good 15-second divergence there. Lower low, higher low on the Dow, which explains this nice little run up here. I'm going to get rid of the inversion fair value gap. Well, I guess it could still be referred to, but now that it's traded through again, I invalidate that for the time being. This breaker as well, it can be referred to, I guess, but we traded below it as well, so I'm going to remove it for the time being so we can see a little bit more on the chart. Okay, so we have this form of liquidity here, this high of 16,840.75. And we will mark this out as buy side liquidity. It's a short-term high up here. Keep in mind this mitigation block here, which was London's low, sits right at the real-time hour open. That I find interesting, don't you? $16,820.25. Then we opened at $16,820.50. Very interesting. Kind of see how heavy today is. So the low on this bearish order block was 16,801. We reached 16,799. So people who are long today are getting a little bit crushed. Oh shoot, we got another subscriber. We're up to 899. We're one away from 900 subscribers. That's crazy. Thank you all. I appreciate having you here. I hope I'm providing value of some sorts, being a mid to early, well, I've studied ICT concepts a lot, but I still have a lot more to go. But I hope I can help expedite your own learning. Okay, so now we drop below this bullish order block. And we've treated that liquidity void. We have one pass through on the downside. We haven't had a pass through on the upside yet. So that's something that I'm watching out for. I'm watching out to see if we have one more pass to the upside. On the lower time frames, we dropped down through it and then immediately rebalanced away from it. What does that mean? Well, we have a few draws on liquidity next. So remember, this is a weekly order block. So we kind of expected price to do something like this, where it would come up and breach back downwards below it. So the question now remains, where do we see us moving next? So if this close, actually let's do the candle. Let's see what the candle low is. Swing low to swing high. If we take swing low to swing high, we see that our equilibrium point is just below the midpoint, or the consequent encroachment of this wick on the hourly. Russell, amazing value. Johnny, thank you. Glad to have you here. Best single day trade since I have been here with Johnny Lee. $807, covered all 5 at once. 705 in my fair judgment. We're heading south from here. 739 next one. Yeah, I would concur. I mean, this is what, 11 o'clock. One thing to consider is that if we run on okay, so I want to see one more pass through to the upside of this liquidity void. We've only had, so it was a liquidity void, so there's not more than one way through so far. So I want to see us candle close above here and then either head down, trade to it once more and head all the way down, or trade above, give us a really nice movement above, trade back down to it, and then rocket from there. One of those scenarios is what I would prefer. I want to see us have one more candle close up and through it. I want to see a candle close here and either an immediate dropout and then a return to it and an immediate rebalance from there. That's what I would be looking for. If we are going to head lower into that discount, hourly discount, optimal trade entry. Kind of think of it like a paintbrush. This is a hole in the wall, or like a blank spot in the wall that got painted red to the downside one time. In order to clear off what the excess that's remaining, you paint it up you roll it down and then you roll it back up. Now it traded to the halfway point there and rejected, so there's a good chance that we won't get our complete movement all the way back up. We see a slight SMT divergence as well. It's less powerful though because the Dow is just break even. So things could still be trending in all the same direction if things go south here. So there's this whole bearish order block here. You can kind of see the low of that 16,766, the high of this 16,769. Remember, I'm looking for paint to close all the way back up through here. And then we need to see what happens after we see a candle close all the way up through. $11 seconds left on this 1 minute candle. Let's see if we can get a nice close above it. I would like to see that. Doesn't say. Market will give it to me though. So we see on a 1 minute time frame a short-term high there. So we're watching this closely. There's no catalysts going into lunch. Nothing, right? I think possibly, let me remove some of these. Possibly, I'm looking up at this segment here, this high 16,820.25, 16,819.75. I'm looking at these relative equal highs here to see if we'll run on stops there. That seems a little too smooth. I would like to see some evidence here of movement lower. $794, yeah. Yeah, of course, yeah, 794 would be a first target for sure, Phoenix. I agree. And then 894. 894 is a little bit up there. I don't know if we're going to get that type of movement today. We certainly have economic news tomorrow morning at 8:30 a.m. and 9:45 a.m. Flash PMIs at 9:45 a.m. So we can certainly see us continue higher. today's retracement is just that. My on the hourly chart, like we didn't necessarily, like we didn't go up to a very specific point. We stopped short of a key weekly imbalance, right? And we missed it. Now, technically, we have reached this bearish order block on the weekly, and we could trade down below that, and that could be our PD array. But I would prefer us head up to a weekly imbalance instead. Price typically moves two things, liquidity or an imbalance, to rebalance price, right? Oil is not doing anything today. The moves were in the morning, so not trading it. We're at 16,760 right now. Let me take a look at the candle bodies to see where our equilibrium ends up. Just a little bit lower. So we need to understand what this Wick's equilibrium point is. That's 16,728. 16,728. So we have that wick that we can look for to see if price wants to head lower. And then we have an actual sell side imbalance at the 70 to 79% buy side imbalance, sell side inefficiency mark, an optimal trade entry. But anywhere around here it could be. So that's why I've marked it out this consequent encroachment, because if we see a large accumulation there and displacement, then we can potentially see us leverage that and head higher. We're approaching that weekly bearish order block now. Check my phone and see if it's charged yet. Very good. We are charged. Okay. Let me see. Oops, what happened here? And let me respond to some messages. 4:15. Let's see. There's a divergence in the 15-minute. Yes, but we haven't reached a key level. I guess we've reached a bullish order block on the hourly. Let me see what we've done on the 4-hour. So we traded down into that volume 4-hour volume imbalance that we mentioned earlier. So yeah, we could potentially see something there. Let me see. Let's make these a little bit less prominent. So NASDAQ made a lower low. The S made a higher low. Dow made a lower low. Cool. Let's see if that plays out. So right now it's lunch, closing in on lunchtime. London close has occurred. Less trading volume. Not ideal time to trade. Okay. All right, so we're getting some green candles through the liquidity void. We now need to see candle closes above there. Because at this moment, if we can get a candle close above there, we can kind of treat that as an inversion fair value gap as well. Or rather, a balanced price range. Doesn't look like it wants to close above there, huh? Again, it is 11:31. There's nothing high probability about this time. There's nothing that would indicate that we will be heading higher. There's no major displacement. It's just the price and algo doing what it's doing. Instincts called for 763. Not trading anymore. Thursday payday, 32 point or so trade. Paper trading since 16,782. So you're in drawdown now on the account? On the paper account? All right, so one more minute here, and then we'll get our close above. Okay, so this is interesting. So we got our close on the minute candle above that volume imbalance there. Yeah, or sorry, above this liquidity void up here. That I find interesting. I would like to see if we take this upwards. But I don't like to trade during lunchtime either, so lunchtime can just run for stops typically. Also, there's a bearish order block that we're in right now on the 15-minute. Also, we've been taking out sell stops and have not taken out any buy stops yet. Markedly taken out, like meaning market structure shifted and taken them out yet. Look at these relative equal highs here, though. Would be phenomenal to run for those. All right. So keep in mind, folks, I will not be here in the afternoon. Need to go to the courthouse, do some stuff there. So I will not be trading. Actually, it's getting close to the time where I won't be trading. I don't expect there to be any major moves. 12:30 to 1:30, there might be a run on stops, but we've already made our bank today. No need to push our profits. Okay. Let me see what we got. So ICT fading retail buyers for NASDAQ December 14th, 2023. So it looks like ICT did upload something about an hour ago. I am just waiting now. So ever since the morning, even though this is our take, we're okay with this. And we see that sell side has been taken this far. We kept that in mind. And we know that we were heading down into this area here. So let's see if we get down to equilibrium here. I would venture to say that's probably where we get for Thursday. And whether or not we go all the way back down here, that would be a different question. I'm not sure. Had to update my fantasy team. As we wait, as you can see, nothing super high probability here. On the lower time frame, though, I was just noting something on the 1 second chart that I thought was interesting. You can kind of see how this was an original consolidation area right there. With this being a short-term high, short-term high, short-term high, short-term high, short-term high, key short-term high within this liquidity void, we knew that we were looking for price to balance this out, head back down, immediately rebalance off the top of that and head lower, right? So we could have treated this as a market maker buy model, or sorry, market maker sell model, where we have price head all the way up here. We see fair value gap form. Sell could have been at 14,773. First target could have been 65. Next target could have been these relative equal lows of 61. It's about 10 points right there. It's not much, but it is a price delivery on a micro scale. And then, of course, as we look further down, we saw this spike pretty far down here. This would have taken us all the way down to 49.50 or so. So that's a solid 20-25 handles we could have worked with playing on just the lower time frame price structure. Lots of little moves there. When you start getting data, when you start getting the ability to get that data, there's a lot of different price moves that can happen. Oh my goodness. We're stuck at 899 subscribers. I'm trying to keep refreshing my thing so I can see when the 900th person comes into play. I don't know if you like if most people here are already subscribed, so I appreciate you as always. It's really fun getting a chance to do this with you. And if you're not subscribed yet, definitely consider it if I'm providing value. If I'm not providing you value, don't subscribe, you know. Not everybody needs to hear me. I appreciate the likes, though, as well. see what else we have. Close enough now, heading north. Yeah, we might head north. I mean, Delphine pointed out a 15-minute SMT divergence. I saw that on the lower time frame as well. That was a fractal as well. And yeah. Okay. Well, I know there's typically a run on stops in the afternoon. I don't know if it's going to run all the way up here. It's possible in the afternoon we completely rebound all the way and continue to expand upwards, but I will not be here for that. In fact, I'm probably going to head off now. I'll go off screen. I'll keep recording the price action so I can come back and review it afterwards, but I do need to head to the courthouse, so I am gonna close up trading for the day. I see some price action clearing the liquidity void there very, very quickly, might I add. So it's good that we're seeing this accumulation here. Whether this means this is a initial distribution, secondary distribution here, that remains to be seen, right? Because this could serve as a complete miniature sell side market maker sell model, right? There is consolidation here, which we've already come to, so that could mean that this segment is done, but there's also this area here that we're still like just waiting for. We might not get it this week. Look at how much we've gone up this week. So I mean, just depends. If we don't hit the weekly SIBI this week, maybe then the following week we'll hit that. Okay. With that, I think I'm going to stop here and go off screen to allow folks to see a bit more. And then I'll go to the left screen only. Hope everyone had a good day trading. We move this down. Move this down here. There we go. And yeah, I mean, there's really nothing for me to state here. Overall, everything's stated in this box here. And really, that's it. There's nothing really for me to say. So, Delphine, yeah, thanks, Johnny. Yeah, absolutely. It was great getting a chance to talk through the tape today with you all. And thank you very much for listening in. Good luck trading. Watch out for a potential bounce off that weekly order block, or watch out for the return to optimal trade entry down here. Okay. Bye. Have a good day at the courthouse. Thank you, Adwin. Time to go get hitched. So officially. All right. Well, have a good trade. Safe trading today. Watch out. Like, if you're gonna trade, wait for 1:30 p.m. or 2 o'clock p.m. for a little bit more volatility to come in. But for the time being, until you see at least a 5-minute short-term high, but better to wait for like a 15-minute short-term high to be broken. If you can see this 15-minute short-term high be traded up and through, you can treat that then as a potential shift in market structure, provided it doesn't just completely reject off of these lows here. If that happens, then we'll end up on our way back up to that premium SIBI up here, right? So that's what I'm thinking we're going to aim for. I might not be here for it, but that's okay. I'm okay with missing out on trades. All right, take care, everybody. We will catch up soon. I will not be trading tomorrow live. I'll be like this, a screen, and then and some numbers. I won't be physically able to talk, so I'll have the text pad out and the chat will be monitored tomorrow, Friday. So good luck today and trade safe. Take care. All right, looks like I missed the party here. We have risen from the low of 16,627 to we rose 100 points. I missed all of it. Okay, well, good thing is our predictions are on point, and we were calling everything live. Our plan, although it didn't quite work out here, we did see the rest of this work out as well, and yeah, we see that it's traded to a mitigation block and headed lower. We never saw price take out higher highs on the 15-minute time frame, so I anticipate. Let's take a quick look down here. If we don't get any further movement, I would venture to say that we will likely head up and either consolidate where we are right now or head up to take out that weekly imbalance. I am not going to trade these last few minutes here unless there's something really major. I have a green day. There's no point in making it red. Overall, across the different accounts, what does this turn out to be? So overall, about 1.5% return today, so nothing too crazy for half the day. That's not too bad. I'll take it and continue and move forward. That does not count the evaluation account that I made and passed today. That will turn into a performance account 6 days from now, and I will do the same with it that I'm doing with these accounts, is slowly build them up. So I think that's it. We'll pay attention to these last few minutes here as I drink my handy dandy bubble tea. Let's see if you can see this. I've got regular tea here actually, but it's got fruit and stuff inside of it. It's by this company called Wally here in Ohio. Delicious. Look at that fresh fruit in there. Yum. So something different. That's good. Yum. That is delicious. All right, so we continue to head up to this liquidity void. Again, that liquidity void is fully balanced here. And now there's no reason why you need to head any higher today. We are going to see how this last 10-minute macro runs. If I see anything interesting, I might take something, but we need to see how this macro is going to run. Of note, we did not make a lower low. Kevin Zoo, Johnny, you from Ohio originally? Yeah, born and raised, but different part. So price is still kind of consolidating in this range. You can kind of see how this midpoint of this wick, how we've been referring to it time and again. That is telling. And very interestingly enough, this blue line here happens to be the weekly bearish order block. So that is quite interesting as well, because if we can't maintain above it, then Kevin Zoo, ain't no way. I've lived in different states though. I've definitely moved around, but here's where I like and stay. Although California is nice. I mean, NorCal and maybe not so nice. I've heard good things about San Fran, but I prefer LA and OC. I think that's where you're part. You're in SoCal, aren't you, Kevin? Like the OC kind of area, if I recall correctly. Irvine's got some really good food, man. Like I miss all the Taiwanese breakfasts down there, all the pho, all the good Korean barbecue. Mm. Southern California is where it's at. NorCal, all you hear about is like people breaking into like stores and stealing shit. I'm sure that happens in LA too, but okay, let's see what we got here. Okay, so about 10 seconds till the 350 to 410 macro runs. Okay, so we've got some run up. Let's see if we maintain this. Good. We'll take a sell limit at 16,753.75. Which one am I trading right now? This one. And we'll keep our sell limit. We'll keep it there. Come on. Give me that. Give me it. There we go. Now we can move our stop up. And if we come back down and take it out, then so be it. We want to see this continue to spool, if at all possible. If you see this break down here, then we might close out of this trade. All right, that's good. We like to see that. We can move our stop up a little bit now. And we will stop out our balance on we'll leave our balance there. We'll get stopped out, or we'll head up to hit our full target there. There's still about 10 minutes or so left, so midpoint of that liquidity void makes sense. So nice little end of day macro there. If we drop down from here, we will get stopped out on balance, and we will retain 10 handles of profit here. So we are risk-free now, 10 handles of profit either way. We've taken one off, and so we will either get stopped out here, or we will see it rise up to the low of this liquidity void, which is, oh, we got stopped out there. So another 50 bucks there. Not bad, not bad. So nice end of day macro there. And we're heading back down to the weekly imbalance there. So it's nice to come back and still be able to make some money. Kind of nice. So that puts me at exactly 2% profit for the day. We went back down to that bullish order block there and have since repelled off of that once more. My guess is that in Asia and London, we start to make some sort of consolidation range there, and then for tomorrow's trading, we'll look to see if we can breach up into that weekly imbalance. The one that we were hoping for. Not necessarily hoping for today, but we knew this was our draw. We've known that it was our draw since Sunday. Sunday's prep. Called that out as being the likely draw on liquidity next. All of our contracts are rolled over now, so we have everything on the March contracts and are trading on the March contracts. All right. Kevin, when are you gonna stop paying California state taxes? Come on, man. Nobody wants to pay 14% in state taxes. I'm just messing around. Ooh, an animal has been detected. We have this stray cat that's running around. It's currently doing its own little stretchies outside. Oh, it's here. Cat's here. I don't know if you can see this or not, but let me see if I can pull this around. There's a little cat right there. We're watching it on our security camera. But this is live on my backyard, deck. There's a stray cat there that we're feeding and hopefully turning into a pet at some point. These are the key secrets to trading, honestly. Cat is still hanging out, though. Oh, it's gone. It's leaving. Hello, cat. Hi, cat. How are you doing? Oh, it's gone. Just talking to it. And it's gone. See you later, buddy. All right, so we are in the final few minutes of the day. Overall, as we near the end of the day, while we have some sells coming into this, we do see that we're kind of creating an ascending range here. So we'll see how it responds here, because this was quite a bit of sell-off, right? We hadn't had something like that, meaning we hadn't had a sell-off like that since the previous week, right? It's been all up, and then today we finally had 4 hourly candles where we traversed down into discount. Now, we did see price deliver back up from there, so we can and will head up higher still. But we'll talk about that at 9:30 p.m. tonight. We'll talk about today's price action. I missed the large portion of this afternoon because I had to go to the courthouse. But yeah, this was a nice little rejection. We knew today particularly was still going south, and we needed to wait for a discount before buyers could come back in. And we have about 1.5 minutes remaining. So it looks like price went to take out any late longs and is continuing its trek higher for the time being. And I think it's going to head back up to, let me take a look here. I think where it's at right now is likely where it's liking this little range it's in. It's not gonna, you're not gonna likely see a massive spike, but maybe up to that liquidity void. There's only 40 seconds left in the trading day. But it's nice to get up to the 2% goal. And 20 seconds remaining. About 10 seconds remaining now. And we should see the end of the day. Let's see if we spike up to that liquidity void. There you go. There's your 4 p.m. I think we'll head up to that liquidity void, and then that will be it. Boom. There you go. So that liquidity void is now, it has been a balanced range. It has price traded down through it. And actually on the hourly, it's actually not balanced just yet. But if we take a look at this liquidity void here, we've traded down through it, back up through it, all the way back down through it, and now we've come to the base of it once more. This would generally lend itself to be a range where we would reject from, but because we've traded to it and through it multiple times, if we see us trade through once more, because there's a sell side imbalance that got left here, I would assume that if we trade through it again, we would then use that as a jumping off point to head higher towards our weekly bias, right? And as you can see here, we are hovering right around that low there because there's a lot of decisions needed made. So afternoon trade looks like, what time did this come in? About 3:50, or sorry, at 1:54, so right before 2 o'clock. Right here, right? 2 o'clock, what happens? What's this low here? 16,673. What's this low? 16,673.25. So exactly the same lows there as a return to this fair value gap. And there's your 2 o'clock to 3 o'clock silver bullet right there. And you can take that. That would have allowed you to get in at 16,673.25. Now, this wouldn't have gotten you the entire way up, but it would have been plenty fine. So let me open up the forum for questions. Anyone take those trades in the afternoon? There's so many models throughout the day to take. I mean, if you were short, you could have. There are so many different things you could take. If you, regardless if you were bullish or bearish, it didn't matter, right? Today, if you were bearish, you could see London went up to the Asian range, Asian range. New York Open, you would have expected these relative equal highs to be taken. You could have waited for that. In fact. So you see these relative equal highs were taken. You could have taken a short here, gotten out and when this bullish order block responded, taken a short at this high as well, gotten out below these lows if you got stopped out here before. And then of course, as you continued downwards, bearish order blocks respected. Let's see what this is. Oh, oops, that's me. So there are plenty of plays, whether you're bearish or bullish, it didn't matter, right? What's kind of key is time of day. What happens at that time? Time of day. Was your setup there? If not, you wait, right? Afternoon. If people were bullish, you could have waited until the afternoon to trade down to this discount buy side imbalance, like I had mentioned in the chat, and you could have easily taken this second call. Watch for the return to equilibrium or discount for buy continuation. So we even took some of the movement from this buy side imbalance, this premium one. We took some of that movement there. We were able to capitalize on that on the upside in a premium. So ultimately, most folks got hammered when it dropped down in the afternoon, and anyone that went long a little too late probably got wrecked during this time at 12:55. That was a surprise 1 o'clock movement down, right? So they caught a lot of people by surprise, and then they ripped them up for the rest of the day. So any questions about ICT, about trading models? I know somebody had mentioned early on in the day, what kind of models do you use? I listed a whole bunch that I use, but I don't use any one by itself. I use the combination of them at any given time, right? You can say, hey, I'm only going to look at the 10 o'clock to 11 o'clock silver bullet trade. You would have seen that on the 5-minute, right? Right here, this was silver bullet trade. What does that give you? Does that give you 10 handles? So from this high, from this SIBI candle high, which is the SIBI low of 16,827, does this move take you down to 16? Let's see. This is the high was 16,827. Does it take you down to 16,817? Well, this low is 16,785. That takes you down 30 points on, well, yeah, right? 16,827, 1707, 9787. That's 40 handles down that it takes you. So you don't need to be profitable. You don't need to take it down to the whole 40 points either. It does end up going that way before it heads back up, but 10 points, 12.5 handles, we'll say. So 827, 16,827 down to 16,817. Or wait, let me see. Yeah, 827, 817, 812. 813, 814.5, roughly. That's still like within the middle of this candle. You would have gotten in and out, and you would have had your profit. If you're using one contract of NASDAQ, one contract times 4 times 5, times 5, is that right? Oh, sorry. 12.5 handles times 4 times 5. That's $250 a day. If you were just trading one contract of NASDAQ, 12.5 handles is very easy to make. 5 handles on S&P, very easy to make, right? So let's take a look at S&P, right? Yes. No, not that chart. Here we go. Let's rename this to ES chart. Candlestick. Okay, so we have the daily range here. Let's go down to a 15-minute chart on E-mini. So E-mini, let's take a look at this as well. We knew we had this bullish order block. We have this fair value gap here. Same setup. Relative equal highs here. So same exact setup on the 15-minute where we went and took buy stops and then headed down to take sell stops, right? So it's all the same. Buy stops here. We'll mark these out so that we can keep them on our charts here. Nothing else here, nothing else here, nothing else here, no fair value gaps whatsoever. Sell side imbalance here, followed by an inversion fair value gap up here. This happens to be in a premium though, but this is an inversion fair value gap nevertheless. So let's take a look at that a little bit deeper. And of course, this is a buy side imbalance as well. So let's take a look down at a 1 minute chart. What does that look like? Actually, let's go to 5 minute charts first. So E-mini on the 5 minute chart. Is there a fair value gap that forms at 10 o'clock in the morning? Yes. Where is it? It's right here. Right there. That's a sell side imbalance, buy side inefficiency. So we expect price to travel up there. You could have entered at the very low right here. The high here is what? 4781.75. 4781. So we're looking for us to get down 5.25 handles. So we were looking for 4776.50. This low is 4779. This low is 4777. This low is 4772. Do we get 5 handles within this price run here? Absolutely we do. You could have just entered up here and you have your 5 handles right there. That's what we call a 10 a.m. silver bullet. Go down to the 1 minute here. So we want to hone, let's say you want to hone your silver bullet there. You start seeing that happen on your 5 minute, right? You want to hone this. Well, you see that price headed down here. So this fair value gap would have been the one that you actually get honed on. But you can see that there's movement up into this. You would have been short here at this high, 4781.25. What's your drawdown? A high of 4782.75. So from 8125 to 82.75. That's 1.5 points of drawdown. Not bad at all. Well within risk range, right? If you had gone short here, once you go short, right here, there's the 5.25 mark right here, right? So if you went short here, you would have had to withdraw, have some drawdown here. You wouldn't have hit it on this run, but you would have for sure been able to get out on this run. 5.25 handles from there, perfect. Right here, you have gotten out before it bounced back up and stopped you out probably. And you could have even had some more there. But there's your 5 handles. That's it. And that's 5.25 handles. So 5 times 4 plus 0.25, right? Yeah. Wait, let me make sure I have that right. So 4 ticks per every 5 points. So that's 20 ticks plus 1 plus a 0.25 times 12.5. Yep, that's it. 12.5 handles times 4 ticks per handle times 5.25. Sorry, 5.25 handles times 4 ticks per handle times $12.5 per tick is 262.5. That takes care of commission costs. Yep, there you go. Similarly, 12.5 times 4 times 5. Yep, there we go. So 250 $250 just for one contract of E-mini. And imagine you could do that 4 or 5 times a day. That's it, right? So we see clear examples of the 10 a.m. silver bullet here. I've shown it to you on ES. Let's see if there's one at 3 o'clock, right? Sorry, 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock. Let's go to the 5-minute chart on ES. So 2 o'clock, this would have been hard to see on a 5-minute chart, but do we see fair value gap? Yes. Does it, do we see another one here? Yes, we do. But this would have been hard to take because we don't have a short-term high that we would have seen there. We just have a premium. So let's look out down at the 1-minute chart. 1-minute chart. What do we have here? We have fair value gap form, fair value gap form. Price does not get down into here, so this is left as a breakaway gap. What do we have here? Fair value gap forms up here, and volume imbalance forms here. What happens now? We can take this as a gap. Low risk entry. Because we've come up above this short-term high here. And so once you enter here, that's a low of 4756.25. So you entered at the top there. And you exited at this mitigation block. That's 11.25 handles right there. Now, if you were to only go for 5 handles, this is where you would be aiming. Right? So you would have been in for about 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, and you would have hit your $250 target. And that's it. That's all the silver bullet guarantees. Yes, this went much further, but we're not guaranteeing that on the E-mini, or sorry, on the balance there. So so just keep in mind that if you're trading, there's so many models to trade. If you're trading that model, you need to understand the parameters of it. You need to go study ICT. You need to. I've been getting a couple of comments on the videos. I think the options menace. There's a and it's not a stupid question, but you asked about my trading setup and breakdown. I haven't created a video on that because Inner Circle Trader does it all, and he makes it so that you actually truly understand why you take a certain setup or combination of setups, right? So I will respond to you, but I will have to get back to you a little bit later. I haven't created a video on that yet, mostly because, as Jem Carson says, knowledge is vol dampening. You'll understand that if you look into the options side of things. But yeah, I mean, everything played out as best as we could today. I think that's gonna be it for me. Are there any questions from the crowd? I know there's just a handful of people still watching. You should be able to close your charts soon. Actually, give me one moment. I'll be right back. We'll get for some questions in a little bit. I just have to use the restroom. We'll be back in like 5-10 minutes, and then I'll close with some questions and answers. So think of some questions, whether it's on E-mini or if it's on NASDAQ, or if you want me to chart something else futures wise. I can probably do that as well. But yeah, think of some questions, and then I'll be back in like 5-10 minutes. Not very long, but I'll be back soon, okay? I'm gonna hit the restroom real quick. All right, I'm back. I'm back. Let's do a mic check. We have anyone still in this here? I just got some bombshell news from Apex. So I just got some news that, and I'll test this out today because I passed another eval just for shits and giggles today. Apex from now until December 27th. So if you go to my YouTube, this is something I've never seen them do. So this is very interesting. You go to this link here. Later tonight, you'll see that from now until December 27th. So from here until December 27th, so that's 2 weeks from now, they are allowing you to pass evals in 1 day of trading. Now, I wouldn't recommend it for all the gamblers out there, but for those people that can pass in 1 day, like I've done in multiple times, I've shown that those evals will turn into performance accounts tonight. So I have one. I will check to make sure that that does happen tomorrow, but I will let you know tomorrow if I pass that eval and it turns into another performance account immediately. So from now until the 27th, they're running this promotion here. They do have a 71% off, which isn't bad at all, but you actually get 71% off the resets as well. So that's actually a pretty dang good deal. I wouldn't go too crazy. Obviously, like, you know, if you don't have the bankroll for it, don't worry. You don't have to be rushed to do this pass in 1 day kind of a deal. In fact, this may end up causing more harm to people. But for those that know how to trade or have started to get their system down, you can pass in 1 day potentially. You don't need to trade the whole 7 days up until December 27th. So huge news that I just got from them. So again, you can find my link through here. You can go straight to Apex itself too, but this is the easiest way to get there. Yeah, I mean, this is insane. I can't believe they're doing this. So I'm excited about it. I'm going to buy a few more evaluations to pass and make up for the ones that I ended up blowing. And we'll rebuild the account to do it the right way. And yeah, so just figured I'd give you that piece of knowledge there. That's going to happen later on tonight. I'm seeing a lot of chatter on that on my back channels. And yeah, I think there's a lot of drive to look for folks that can become consistent while trading, and I think that this is going to lead to some really good really good opportunities for people here. So that's something that I found out just now. I just got notified about it, and yeah, I think that it's going to be really fun, and there's no reason why you shouldn't be able to take care of this if you're ready for it. If you're not ready for it, you know, don't worry about it passing it in 1 or 7 days. Either way, you have to be a consistent trainer if you're not going to blow this out. So let's see. Let me see if there's any questions in the chat. I don't see any yet. Yeah, it doesn't look like there's any questions in the chat here. So, I mean, for everyone that wasn't watching, they probably missed this huge bombshell of a notice here, and it's gonna be so nice for you who have gotten close to passing these evaluations and are now ready to play on your performance accounts. So, yeah, this is huge. Stay consistent though, and you'll be fine. You only need a little bit. You only need a little bit of work. And yeah, that's about it. Super bomb news. huge news. I can't wait to rock this thing. I'm about to knock this out and replenish everything that I have here. That's what the bonus is for, at least. Okay, cool. So I don't see any other questions in the chat. So I'm not seeing any questions here. So it sounds like everyone's pretty groovy. If so, then I might just shut the stream down because there's nothing really more to do today. We will be back online at 9:30 p.m. tonight. I'll talk more about that Apex deal. I'll talk more about what my plan is on that and how I plan to leverage that as well. Today was a really good day. 40, 50, 60 bucks here and there on a 50K accounts. So that's roughly 2% each gain on each account. So just a, risk 1-to-1 R&R, nothing insane. Well, that's not true. Let's see, if I'm risking 2 contracts, 12.5 times 2 times 0.5 times 2. So I'm risking about, 1-to-1 for these trades to play out. And I've definitely, today I was definitely in, some of these accounts were like straight green. Some of them were start off a little bit red and then turn green. So for those accounts, that's kind of why most of the on average, I have about 1-to-1 R today. But we'll continue forward in the coming days, and we will look to lock in a little bit more. And we'll try to stay out of drawdown. What we were doing today as well, we were taking profit at key levels when we had 2 contracts. So we're going to continue doing that, risk 2% to gain 2% and at least, and we'll go from there. So I don't see any other questions, so I'm going to go ahead and if there are questions, just like tag me, tweet me, or I have to respond back to some folks who've started to IG DM me. So sounds like Twitter, you can't DM unless you have a subscription. So screw that. Don't pay money for that. Don't pay money for Twitter. You don't need to do that. Just DM me on like IG. I'll try to get to it. I think that's it though. We'll talk through some of the fun things that we saw today and what we think for tomorrow. 9:30 p.m. tonight Eastern. And yep. So that is it for today. I'm going to go ahead and close the stream. Thank you very much for joining. And I think we have roughly, let's take a quick look. So we lost a subscriber there. If this was helpful, thank you so much for liking and subscribing. I think that this makes a lot of really good progress. We have 898 people subscribed now. So super excited about that. Very thankful for this and journey and you being on it with me. So we'll catch up later tonight. Have a great afternoon, folks. Go get some rest. We'll catch up later tonight.